Pa. Testing. Check. Hello? Camera 1. Camera none. Just kidding. I just put my finger over it. Wasn't that funny? I'm gonna do that every time I do something funny. Wasn't that funny? Like, just in case you didn't notice I did something funny. Or forgot to laugh because it was so funny. It was so funny. Got to laugh. You got to laugh. That was so funny that you got to laugh. Who dares join my stream? You know you're not allowed. Out now. What would happen? Oh. That's too much. Just wanted the one. There we go. That'll do. Get less depressed, not more depressed. Get a spinning dog. Spinning my wheels. Spinning my dogs. And, check out the link if you're so inclined. I remember when the first Wisdom Dog came out, I didn't stop watching it. I do remember there being a lot of views at the very beginning because I uploaded Great the Show, and then I was like, I'm gonna upload my dog video on its own, and you know, take out the watermark, and that video exploded. It surpassed the view count of the Great the Show episode in like a minute. It was like 100,000 after a couple days, and then I put up Dog of Wisdom, and that got like 500,000 in a couple days. Just Great the Show. Yeah. Will there be a new Dog of Wisdom 4 with a new character? Well, if there is, now would be the time to start thinking about that. So, don't know yet, but I was thinking it would be fun to try and make a new character using Blender. By fun, I mean incredibly difficult and frustrating. But so far, none of the characters have long hair, so maybe it would be a necessary challenge to make a character with long hair. Somebody was like, make a husky, and that would take me figuring out how to do the fur and animating the character with fur, and you know, actually learning something. Can't watch this time, but love you. See you at the next Magfest. Thank you. I'm new, but I've seen Dog of Wisdom. Welcome. This is my stream where I steam hams and I smoke trees. And when you say, "Joe, why are you doing drugs on your stream?" I'll just be like, "Oh no, that's just steam, not smoke. I'm just having a schwitz while I'm doing my stream. It's good for your lungs. It might make me cough up a little." steamed from my steamed pen. Why did you want to create Dog Wisdom? What inspiration did you have? Well, it was actually a idea that I'd been conceptualizing for like a year prior. Like, I only spent a couple weeks making that video. Like, from the time I started to when it was done, like when I had the idea to when it was done, didn't take very long, because back in those days, Great the Show was kind of like frequent. So if I had an idea, I would just like make it. But it did still take like a year or more to conceptualize it, because I was thinking about things. And, well, I don't actually animate it this way anymore, but what I wanted to do was to animate a character live. And, I was inspired by Little Shop of Horrors, the movie, directed by Frank Oz, starring Rick Moranis. If you've ever seen it, I would recommend that. If you love Dog of Wisdom and you want to know more about the inspiration behind it, check out Little Shop of Horrors. I mean, you guys have probably seen it, right? It's a classic. But what I loved about that movie was the unique puppetry on the plant character Audrey 2. It's like, starts out as a hand puppet that can just like make gestures, but as it grows, it learns to talk. And the bigger it gets, the more unwieldy the puppet became. But they actually did it. They actually made a extremely articulate, room-sized puppet that was like the size of the entire room, because it had, not only did like 3 people need to get into the head to puppet it, but there was also a bunch of little mouths that sung, and you'd have to control them with wires or strings or something. It was a whole thing. There was like 10 people doing one character, and that's not even counting the voice. So I was curious, and I learned how they did that, because I've never seen anything like it. The character wasn't just going ha ba ba, but they were making mouth positions, something that you've never seen in like a puppeted character. So how? They did it by doing it all in slow motion, with a slowed down version of the audio playing that they done they must have had to do 1 million takes, because they got better and better on it. And like, if you look closely, you can tell that they told Rick Moranis to act slowly. He's walking around the set, just kind of like, doing this and, stepping forward and back. But like, he was directed to just like not move too much, because we're gonna speed all this footage up. So, just like me throwing my doll off of the balcony, and people thought that was real. Little movie magic that didn't take a whole lot of technology to pull off, but took a lot of genius. Was just asking Rick Moranis to walk around slowly while they puppeted this gigantic mouth puppet and had it sync up to the actual dialogue and singing. It looks so good. It looks like nothing I've ever seen before or since. And like, that character is just like, has so much presence. I guess that, I was thinking my character should be a big mouth like that. But I didn't know what my character was for a long time. But then, I kind of put together with this dog voice I'd been doing already, because I do the dog voice to the dog. And when I did my first live test, it was just like a basic head with a with like it looked like this. It was just a stick with a ball with a stick on the ball. So it was like a head on a stick with a nose. It looked kind of like a bird. It reminded me of like these bird guys from Pikmin that eat you. And I did that going, but even then I hadn't made the decision to make it a dog. But that is the voice I used in the test. So it was pretty easy. Sorry, that was kind of a long-winded explanation, but there you go. That was one of the inspirations behind Dog of Wisdom, was Little Shop of Horrors, because of their just the genius way that they decided to make that with fully articulate mouth movement. And it's not just impressive technologically, it's also just like great character. You know, like it has to be both. It has to be more so a great character, and then the how they do that aspect seems more fun, and after you see what they were able to do with it, not the other way around. I guess I was experimenting, but I knew that this was going to be great because I'd already seen precedent for it, right? I'd already seen what you can do with just a mouth, and my mouth wasn't articulate. So it couldn't make real mouth shapes. It could only go you know, things that with like a flapping mouth you can make those sounds. Bro, sorry, I won't say anything about free window again. Okay. Although I would like to talk a little bit about Windows. I was at Magfest, and the best part of Magfest, in my opinion, is the museum. It's not even a huge room, but there's so much in it. It's got old game consoles, like old, like shit made by like Magnavox, stuff that you've never heard of, but like is there in history, an irremovable part of history, like a Jenga block. Is like, I was playing Pong against my sister, and it was like a Pong that had 2 paddles instead of 1. And I was like, hey, this is like a sequel. It's pretty fun. This is, you know, like experiencing that for the first time and actually playing it like its intended use. And then playing on the Windows PCs, playing some Doom. They had LAN Doom. It was so much fun. You just go to an empty PC, die a few times, and then you move on. You go to the next station. They got like all these old Windows computers. Every single Windows between like the first one and like 2000, and they had you know, Minesweeper, play a little Ski Free, and what else? There was some game I'd never heard of. I can't remember what it was called. Like a Windows game where you have to connect these blocks that were like, it had like, there were like these blocks with like 4 blocks make up the blocks, and each one had a number, and you had to like try to snap the other blocks with those numbers on those sides. It wasn't easy. It was very similar to Free Cell or Minesweeper. They're all kind of permutations on the same idea. But I need to invest in the plushie. Oh, please do. I think it's a good investment. Probably gonna get some myself. Everything relates to Among Us somehow. Well, Among Us was like the top downloaded app during like 2020, right? I don't know that data. I just kind of remember it being like the top anything. Numbers game 2048. Wow. I mean, I don't know why we're time traveling, but I guess I was reminded of my past. So now you guys are thinking about like the old the phone apps of old. Sounds so lucid today. Thanks. How many dogs have sold? 784. Maybe that's got to do with it. I feel more lucid and less out there. But anyway, I was saying that like you go to the back of this museum and they had an arcade part of the museum, which is great because there's arcades downstairs, but there was also arcades in the museum. I played a game called Tempest, which was like, man, some of these things I play in that museum, I'm like, you know, maybe I'm a little stoned too. So I'm like, is this a new game? And it's like, no, you're at a museum. You're in a museum playing a game from before you were born. But why is it still so great that that's my thought? Is like, is this a new game that they just like, you know, made for the Atari in 2022? Because there are plenty of those too. There's a whole indie section where you can play brand new games from the past few years on old consoles. And like, you know, now everybody knows how to make that stuff. So like now when you play an actually old game that feels like a classic that you missed out on, you wonder, is this a new game? Halo for Atari. I honestly wasn't sure when I was playing Zookeeper, and neither was Meredith. Last year I was playing Zookeeper thinking this rules, and then Meredith was playing it. And she was like, is this a new game? And I was thinking the same shit. Because it looks like a new game. It looks like an old style game. But that's just because it's good. If you'd played Donkey Kong for the first time, you'd also think that. It's like, look at Donkey Kong. Look at the way he's drawn. That's such a millennial art style. What are you animating? Well, I'm not doing anything right now. I'm just talking about Magfest. They also had a Virtual Boy right next to a Game Boy camera, right next to Myst. So I did a little Myst. I did a little Game Boy camera. I played Wario. They had a Tron, but I don't think it was operational. There's some DSs, but I don't think you could play those. But like the point of the story is that Windows 95 is really nostalgic for me because I had was it my first PC? I had a hand-me-down which was called the Doom computer, and it had DOS, and I think Windows 3.1 was installed on it, but I never used it because it ran like crap. So I basically did not have a Windows computer until Windows 95. So did it actually come out in 95 or was it 94? Because I don't know when I actually got my first PC. Okay, yeah, it didn't come out until 95. But it might have been after that even. I don't remember when specifically I got Lego Island, but that game didn't come out until 97. That was the whole reason I got a CD-ROM. I mean, I didn't know it was, but it ended up becoming it. I mean, did I use that CD-ROM later for... No, I didn't use it for StarCraft because I got a different computer for that. My first computer had Windows 7. I played Purple Place. Yeah, I was already like pretty old when they started doing the like the next round of Windows games like Space Pinball. I mean, I remember kids at school playing Space Pinball on the PCs, but like that was like way after I got my first one. My first computer was like Ski Free, Minesweeper, Free Cell, that kind of thing. Purple Place I played like once. I was like, I'm too old for this shit. Space Pinball. Well, I had Epic Pinball. I think Space Pinball was more popular, though. Can I make my own Dog of Wisdom and Papa's Gatito shirts to make and buy it myself? You probably shouldn't be asking me. Did you make Dog of Wisdom? Yeah. Yeah, I did. I drive a flip phone daily. Yeah, I had a flip phone. I had a flip phone in like 2002, 2003. No, it was after that. Like 2004. I didn't have it for that long. Bro, did you do the voice lines? Yeah. Yeah, I did everything. Is that a plushie? Yeah. Check out the link that I pinned. Check out the real plushie, too. It's tangible. It's fungible. This is a fungible token. It comes out. It stands up. Ta-da! People have been asking me to make this for like 10 years. Whenever I say ideas for merchandise, this is the top requested thing. Why does it say plush only when you buy it? Plush only? I don't know. Are you sure it's not saying plushie? Plush only. Where does it say this? Oh, I see. When you check out, it says plushie only. I don't know what that means. Is there an ongoing Reddit thread about this? Have you asked Reddit? Have you asked ChatGPT to make up an answer? Yeah, what does that mean, plushie only? Well, I'll, I guess I can ask if I can't figure it out. There was somebody last time who asked, does Makeship ship to Russia? And the answer is yes. Makeship will ship the dog to Russia. So, in case anybody was wondering, yes. Russia, yes. You know, I've been thinking about like the Reddit, you oldie, we kids use TikTok. The future is now. I mean, TikTok is not going to do what Reddit does, though. And you know, Reddit isn't always reliable, but like, you know, sometimes you'll just like look up an answer. It'll just be like some snark from some asshole or who just like gives a non-answer. But more often than not, adding Reddit to your Google searches will improve your results because it's going to be an actual thread of people. It doesn't need to be high quality as long as it's real people, you know? You can't rely on AI generated results unless you want a made up answer. Then you can expect a made up answer. It's, you know, it's interesting that it can think about things, but you're looking for facts, hard facts. You know, you need human beings to verify those things. Otherwise, we wouldn't believe in fucking anything. Or I guess we'd believe fucking everything. Can I bring Dog of Wisdom plushie into the pool and play with it? Can it disable the water after it? Because some plushies can, right? I would not recommend bringing your Dog of Wisdom plushie into the pool with you. Do not do that. It is not pool ready. I believe that will ruin your toy. It'll make it smell for the rest of your life. I mean, I don't know what it'll do. You're not supposed to... I assume you're not supposed to immerse it in water because, like, well, it says on the tag, it says hand wash only. So if this gets dirty, you have to wash it in the sink. You can't put this in the washing machine. That'll probably ruin it. It might rip it to shreds or make it fade. I don't know what it'll do, but you're not supposed to wash this thing in the washing machine. It says hand wash warm or cool only. And I believe this item is made of polyester. I believe it is polyester plush and polyester cotton. It says PP cotton and plush fabric, which I believe are both polyester. Which is basically cotton made from plastic. Maybe if you make the Dog of Wisdom a custom boat. I mean, this thing kind of looks like a boat to me. I call it a boat by accident sometimes. Haha, PP cotton. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Is there lore of Dog of Wisdom? See. Lore that has not been explored. Like, is there like a hidden meaning that I haven't explained? I mean, there are probably some things that I assume are obvious that maybe aren't quite as obvious. Some people got the reference though, that this story, where Pepper appears before Heidi and says, "You can have anything you want," and Heidi asks, "Can you move?" That's based off of a story from ancient Greece, where Diogenes the Cynic, who is my favorite philosopher, was sunning himself when, you know, this is probably a made-up story, but it's great. He was sunning himself when, this is a homeless guy, by the way. He's one of Greece's best philosophers, and he's homeless. He spends all his time making fun of other philosophers. He lives in garbage with dogs. You can understand why I love him so much, because he made fun of people who took themselves really seriously and yet was considered one of them. He was considered as genius as Socrates or Aristotle. So you had him sunning himself one day in his barrel, because he lived outside in a barrel, and who should walk in front of him? None other but Alexander the Great, the ruler of the universe, says, "Diogenes, they tell me that you're cool, and, you know, everybody hates me, obviously. So how can I get some of your coolness?" And he was like, you know, he didn't say that. He said, "Diogenes, you can have anything you want. Anything." And Diogenes tells him, "Can you move aside out of my sun?" And I believe Alexander had the power to do that. There's no way that story is true, though, right? That's too funny. That is too great. Well, there's other stories about him, which, you know, they all could be mythological because they're great. There's a painting in the Louvre based on this. It's just like, it looks like it's just a landscape. All you see is like trees and a stream. But at the very bottom of the painting is two guys. And there's one guy is drinking water with his hands, and the other guy is like looking at him and thinking about things. That's Diogenes observing someone drinking without a cup. And Diogenes is like what happened to Diogenes was he was kind of a well-to-do guy, you know, a bit wealthy maybe, and he gave away all of his money and his house, and he got rid of everything he owed except his cup. And Diogenes saw someone drinking with their hands and was like, that's it, I don't even need my cup anymore, I'll just drink with my hands. That would be a funny cartoon of like Diogenes drinking hot coffee out of his hands. Spilling it all over himself and scalding himself with it. He's like, ooh, it's too hot, I gotta let it cool off. And it's just burning him. Oh, but anyway, you asked, story behind the story was that, let me move Pepper so I don't accidentally spill coffee or ashes onto her, was that Dog of Wisdom 3 makes reference to a story from ancient Greece. It's you know, the wisdom I was trying to get across maybe is a little weak in that episode, but people still got the reference because of the skit where she's like, can you move? Is like, can I move? Yeah, so like there's more though. Each Dog of Wisdom episode references a great wisdom. It's not always a great philosopher. It's always a great wisdom that I did not think of, but is just like, how can I make this wisdom so that dogs can understand it? And that's basically Dog of Wisdom. I took a Bible quote. You reap what you sow. God will not give you more than what you can carry. And I changed it to, if your ball is too big for your mouth, it's not yours. That was a Bible, that was referencing, or, you know, based on a Bible quote. It doesn't have to specifically reference the Bible because Dog of Wisdom is not VeggieTales. It's like atheist VeggieTales. A little bit. It's a little bit like atheist VeggieTales or agnostic VeggieTales. It's not disgusted by religion. It's like the second one was the wisdom was you cannot chase happy. Happy happens. That was based on a quote from Viktor Frankl, a psychologist who survived the Holocaust. Psychologist who survived the Holocaust. It almost rhymes. You can work that in. You can work that into one of my raps. He realized he believes he discovered through his experiences in Auschwitz, the death camp, he discovered like the you know, what he believed was like a great breakthrough in psychotherapy, that you can survive the most extreme conditions as long as your life still has some meaning, right? Like, he said that the people in the camp who did not believe in the future did not last as long as the people who did. And, you know, I'm not going to have the Dog of Wisdom explain this shit, but there was a great wisdom there that he you know, he said, you cannot pursue success or happiness. You cannot pursue, it must ensue. So it has to happen, you know. Make it a little bit easier for people to understand, because the original quote was extremely wordy, just like this explanation. Happy happens is not wordy. It is very clear cut. and people believe that. People believe that when I have the dog of wisdom saying it, and I love that. Stop looking for it and you'll find it. Yeah, I feel like there's other ways to say it. It took me a while to translate it for dogs. I think one of the ways I had was that, like, what was it, like something about a ball. I was trying to say something about a ball, but it just worked out because, like, Heidi already goes like, ha. So having her say happy happens almost sounds like something she'd say. Can you read the text I wrote earlier? It's kind of far away now. Wisdom bot. What is your funny wisdom? Eat eater. Yeah, I mean, I realized when I was making the last Dog of Wisdom, is like, this is kind of like Veggie Tales a little bit. It's got a Veggie Tales-ness about it. It's not explicitly religious, but it's still like, you know, maybe the only reason you would cling to religion is because of the wisdom. I think that was something that Viktor Frankl said too, that, like, the more religious people were they I don't know, because if you're outwardly religious, you might suffer more. But I think it's not about religion, it's about faith. And my brother, who's a doctor, he doesn't even believe in religion, but he thinks having faith has made people live in his experience, giving people more of a chance. Broski, my brother watched you before you died. You made him happy before he peacefully passed. Oh man. Sorry to hear that. I think I've heard that before though from some people. It's gonna be 10 years old this year, the video. So some of its fans have died. A lot of people liked my works, and some of them have died. You know, I'm gonna die too. So I'm glad that I use my life to make people happy. Don't remind me. Oh, you're just teasing. Your brother didn't really die. You're so underrated. Oh, it's not even funny. Nah. Yeah, people say that. Maybe it's not true though. I don't know. Is anybody just rated? I think I'm rated. I'm not underrated or overrated. I'm just rated. Thank you for creating Audrey and Victor. I genuinely relate to those characters a lot. Good. I'm trying really hard to make something a little different. You know, it's not that different from Peanuts, but it's a little different. I'd like to make something that's a little different. It's like, there is a canon, right? I'm trying to sit myself in to the next slot from like, you know, the heritage from Peanuts to South Park to Audrey and Victor. You see the pattern, right? It's like with Peanuts, it was always kind of wholesome. With South Park, there was some wisdom, but it was ultimately dark and offensive. So yeah, I wanna kind of orbit around these ideas in like a double rotation pattern, and like you never know exactly when Hitler is gonna pop out. It was about time Dog of Wisdom got a plushie. Notice how every web series gets a plushie. It's not bad, but it could be something different, like an action figure. I agree. I would maybe do a, if anybody allowed me to do it, I would do a Audrey, Victor, and Hitler action figure, or like just like a statue of them playing Kill Hitler. I think that would be good. And you know, I'm sure some people would like plushies of them, but I think it's more important that this is a plushie. This is my idea, right? I guess it was Makeshift who wanted me to do this. I was gonna do the Chihuahua. They were like, what about the Dachshund? So I was like, yeah, okay. What a Dachshund? A plushie of literally Hitler. Why not? Well, nobody wants to do that. Nobody is gonna be like, Hitler. But yeah, you're right. There should be less plushies and more action figures. Like, what do we need to see action figures of? Well, I don't know if I should even talk about it. I remember seeing somebody was doing a action figure. It's just, yeah, you don't see too many of them. Talk about what? Well, you know, it was a long time ago, but maybe they're still doing it, so I don't want to burst any bubbles. But it's just like characters who are more suited to action figures, right? And like actual posable figures. So yeah, I know that there's people out there who think about doing action figures. I remember thinking of actual A and B plushies for some reason. Well, yeah, I mean, if you had them both, then you could make them talk like Furbies. I want an RC car of Pepper in the plate. like a real plane? I mean, I feel like RC helicopters are more of a thing, but like, I guess you could also do a plane, right? Would it be? I guess it would be less safe because you need to launch it, right? You would probably lose that shit too. No, it has wheels and rolls around on the floor. Well, I don't know if I would make that. I feel like this is a toy that you can't get hurt with. You really can't hurt yourself with this. Like, there's no choking hazard on this. Ages 15 plus. Small parts. Not for children under 3 years of age. Adult collectible, not a toy. Whoa. Recommended for ages 15 and up. It does have a choking hazard. Small parts not made for children under 3 years of age. Adult collectible, not a toy. Recommended for ages 15 and up. Plush pepper is definitely baby friendly. No plastic bits. But why does it say not a toy? I guess they might just say that on all of them because there are plastic parts. Oh, that makes me feel a little better because I'm talking to a mom. Although I guess you could still choke on this. You could choke on anything, right? Yeah, I didn't know it said that until now. It says not a toy on it. Because child toy regulations exist. I mean, would you give this to your 3-year-old and leave them alone with it? This is Gabby. Yeah. Yeah, I know. How you doing? Because, like, it's a tiny airplane. It is a toy. I mean, I used it as, like, a costume, kinda. You know, as part of a costume at a convention. It says not a toy. I think they're just not made for small children in mind. But 15 plus? Like, you think a 14-year-old could hurt themselves on this? I think that may just be the recommended for everything. So that's the main concern then, having the plastic parts. They had lawyers who said to do it, I bet. Yeah. I just noticed that. You know, I was concerned about the first half of this, about washing it, because you know, I imagine it is a toy and it's gonna get dirty. I guess that is a consideration, that if you give this to a child, they'll I let my nephew play with it, but then like he was breaking the rules, so I had to take it back. It was delicious. It was wings night, and we kept asking him to take that toy out of the kitchen and, you know, away from the hot sauces and the giant pot of oil, and he ran towards the pot of oil with this, and I screamed like oh no, like I couldn't keep it together seeing him running towards it. It's like, probably wasn't gonna slip on any oil and have this fly up in the air and land in the pot, but just like all I could think about. On the other hand, he could get hurt from this somehow. It may have dyes that if you suck on it, it might not be totally non-toxic. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't suck on this. I wouldn't put my mouth on it. Or milk on it, suck it out. Ugh. No, I mean, I can't tell people what to do. Especially if they're the ones who bought it, but... Microplastic. Oh my god. When I worked at a licensing agency, anything marketed to children was a liability issue. Yeah. Well, this is for, you know, I guess people who are nostalgic for this from 10 years ago. But it's also for children. It, you know, delights little kids and babies. Like this is my favorite toy, and it's not a toy. It says not a toy on it. I mean, I'm not sucking on it, but that's because I know not to do that. To be fair, I was mostly working on stuff for a car manufacturer, which included things like ride-on toys and die-cast shit. Ride-on toys, so like something that you put your bottom on. Remember to say legally, I can't call this a toy, nor can I say it's for kids. I mean, even if I say that, some people aren't gonna realize. I mean, under 15-year-olds are gonna get this. Do all plushies say that? I mean, that's definitely how I perceive it, as like something that I is just like a thing that I carry around at a convention. Sex toys are still referred to as toys, so I think you're okay, Joe. But like those are toys, right? Well, what's I'm like looking at this like it's an atom bomb now. Like I guess the main concern is choking, but it says 15 plus. I have a big soft pink rabbit plushie. It says 15 plus. I mean, that doesn't seem like you could choke on it. I don't think anyone will sue you or crack down on you from the government. Well, I'm not worried about that. Just worried about people giving it to their children. It's not supposed to. Because it certainly looks like it's safe for kids, but it says it's a collectible. So like you definitely should not be putting it in your mouth. While something like this might be made of something else. Suck on it. You can probably ask Mayship and they'll just say our lawyers told us to. I don't want to... I don't want to get too alarmed. I mean... You know, the plushie is selling well. It's just, I know some people say they're gonna... They're gonna get it for their children. Go deep fry it or something. Well, I doubt it has lead in it. Okay, yeah, no, the toys do not have lead in them. There's no way. It's not the 80s, right? They wouldn't make something like that. But I guess, like, you shouldn't be sucking on anything that has dye on it. If it's blue, it might look kind of like it's made of lead. Maybe I should tell people it's made of lead. No. Everything has something toxic in it. shouldn't be sucking on most of anything, so I think you're good. Yeah, it says three and up, recommended 15 plus. I think that may just be a like typical for all of their plushies thing. I wonder if it's also just a marketing thing. They need to show that they're not marketing to children per se to avoid lawsuits. Okay. So it's not that there's anything toxic in them. It's that they are legally obliged to avoid marketing to children under 15 because of strict laws on that. Gabby, I have to say, you have given us a lot of legal expertise. Like, I feel like we might even count on you at this point. You're doing it all pro boner. Product liability laws, lawyers are generally good. Ever make it big, hire me as your attorney. Sure, we'll sue everyone. Let's sue everybody. What are you smoking? I don't know. Gabby, what am I smoking? Well, like, I was watching a video this morning. It was like a guy whose art got stolen by Disney because it was like fan art. It was like art that was close enough to the actual style. It was like some tiki head. It looked, maybe it was like inspired by Finding Nemo or something. This guy found his art as a thing you can buy in Disney World, and so he made like a post and it went viral. But nobody from Disney has acknowledged him. They haven't said shit. And if you look at the first like top comment, they were like, they haven't replied because you sent an email. If you have a lawyer do it, they'll reply to that. So is that one of the reasons you need a lawyer? Just like, hey, that's bullshit. My lawyer says it's bullshit too. You give me 1 million plushie of the dog. You can have as many as you want. Have you thought of a Pepper video game? Yeah, I was talking about something that is just like Ski Free, but with Pepper. It's just like the worst looking game ever. It's just like a white background with like a single image of Pepper, and like the movement is like Game and Watch. It's just like, you know, when you beat the level, she goes bah. Flappy Pepper. It's basically like, it's just a Game and Watch game. It has nothing to do with Dog of Wisdom. Pepper game made in Scratch. Yeah, like I'm wondering how I can make this game. There's so many ways I can make it. I'm expecting a slice of the private island someday. Hmm. A slice, you say? Would you release Dog of Wisdom Blu-ray? Yeah, there's no reason to do that. The show's in standard definition. Lifetime supply of Papas Gatito. With Godot engine, you can draft anything in a single day. I'm hoping to see a game sometime. That's true. I could just make it in Godot. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I could do that, right? I can make the game in 2D, release it, and then just like make that in the same engine in 3D with the same code, but with different graphics. And call it a sequel. Dog of Wisdom, the game. Dog of Wisdom 2. Dog of Wisdom 3. It would be 1 dimension, 2 dimension, 3 dimension. Blu-ray on DVD presents Dog of Wisdom. Yeah. I say slice because my family used to have a quarter of an island in Colombia for vacation stuff, and we got adverse possessed out of it by our family. Quarter of an island? Come back for it. The whole island. It was a tiny island. Yeah. Think you'd make a talking Pepper? I know far too many people who would listen to her talk all day long. Well, I figured that you'd do the voice on this one. I really do not like Skibbity Toilet. That's alright. You don't have to. You have a system to do the Pepper voice? Like, your choice of when to habada or ga? It's like, I kind of think about what I'm saying in English. Like, hi, what is your wisdom? Hi, hatabataka, hatabataka, hatabataka. It's like, whatever flows, I guess. Hatabataka, 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 hatabataka. Some, you know, there could be multiple bas in a row. Could be multiple gas or das in a row. Would Audrey hold a gun 24/7 if she had a chance? Maybe. Maybe she's the nicest person you'll ever meet, but has a gun. I don't think she needs a gun. I think she's the one on the other side of the gun. She's the one getting shot. Your plushies look amazing, Joe. Nice work. Thank you. I just feel a little distraught because I said that it was a toy and it says it's not a toy, actually. I hope people know that. You know, I play with it, but I also put it on my shelf, which is where it belongs. I think it might also have to do with the fact that you can't wash it. You probably won't be able to wash it easily. Do you throw children's toys in the washer when they're dirty? Because this cannot. The fact that you're worried about this is very sweet. Do you think I'm overreacting? Like you've seen much worse things? Because like I was looking at this feeling like there's no way anyone could choke on this. Like this is a good design that I see. Choking hazard. Anyway, you know, maybe it is a good design. Maybe it would be very difficult to choke on this, but even so, it's still gotta say that. And well, I thought this was safe for babies, and I just want to make that clear that this is not safe for babies. I mean, babies will throw up on this, so you don't want to give this to a baby. You cannot clean this easily. Is that yeah in regards to yes, you do throw the toys into the washer? There are no batteries? Oh, I see. I doubt the fabric is toxic. I mean, it doesn't seem toxic, but or the dye. Yeah, I was just shocked to see the whole like 15 and up thing. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It's like if you're 15 and up, you're going to conventions with little plushies of popular characters like this. And that's just what I did. But you show this to my little nephew and he'll play with it as, you know, as long as he can. I can't actually give it to him, so I imposed restrictions on it, but I can't impose restrictions on the ones people buy. So yeah. I'm sure most parents will read that tag. I think you're overreacting. Well, yeah, I'm just thinking because like this looks like a toy. It's adorable. It looks like it's safe enough for babies, but I wonder if it's other people make toys that are not child appropriate for various reasons. Yeah, maybe there's some like hunky looking characters from this company that's like, you know, not really appropriate. It just says recommended for ages 3 and up. Or recommended for 15 and up. I mean, I'm sure a 12-year-old wouldn't hurt themselves on this. I mean, yeah, that's like every toy though. It says choking hazard, although it only says it on this. It doesn't say it on this. I mean, the carnival toys I had when I was a small kid was like probably worse than this. Yeah, I don't want to hurt my own chances overreacting. I just didn't notice that until now that it says not a toy. They have the same type of warnings on vinyl toys. I collect those. I don't give them to my toddler because she's gonna break them. Yeah. Well, yeah, I wouldn't give this to a toddler because they'd probably get their sticky hands on it. And I don't know what you will do to get that off. I've seen people, you know, serious fucking people, who like collect like disgustingly dirty plush toys, and then they actually like take them apart and wash the stuffing or restuff them and sew them back up. Stuff literally full of lead. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly how this was made. I know that it's cute, but yeah. Now I'm gonna be like the old man from Toy Story. These for display only. I mean, I'm trying to be gentle with mine and not get it dirty because like this you know, this coffee cup is right here and it could ruin this. These ashes are right there. A lot of children's toys are spot clean only, so the washing thing is not a tell. Hmm. Carnival plushies disintegrate at the first sign of moisture. I'm actually worried about someone's dog destroying her. Yeah, I'm worried about that too. Do not give to dachshunds. They will ruin them. Oh, yeah, like that is I'm sure of it that if you give that to a dachshund, it will rip it up. I mean, that was mine, at least. About this weird ass plush toy for my toddler that involves picking off an outer layer of fur to reveal the plushie underneath. Wish it had come with more warnings. Will cause a giant staticky mess. It left like bits all over. Yeah, I guess there's you know there's people who cross their I's and dot their T's legally and still make a crappy product. I mean, I tested this product out on children, kind of. It I mean, it's just, you know, it's like you're probably gonna want to take this to bed with you. I don't know if it's supposed to do that. Well, you know, Andy's favorite toy, Woody, was probably made with lead paint because he was an antique. But if a child goes too far, Roger and Vector actual twins or fraternal twins? Actual twins? I mean, you mean identical twins? They're not. They're not identical. I mean, they look almost identical. What language does the dog speak? Does dogs speak Baba? It's the language is called Hundus. Actual twins born at the same time. Imagine giving birth to two at the same time. Jesus Christ. Giving birth to one human skull sounds difficult enough. I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure someone has gotten drunk the instant the umbilical cord was cut. You know, not thinking about nursing. Nursing? Hell no. just two people who are identical, slightly older or younger. Have you ever heard of kiwis and how they give birth? Did they give birth to like one gigantic egg that's like the size of them? A very efficient C-section. Yeah. Yeah, just grabbed at the same time. Like they were both born on the same minute. So who's older? Um, Audrey's older. It's like you only need to be a few minutes older to start taking on the role of the older sibling. But yeah, I don't know. Like I guess if this was like something you were selling in Walmart, it would need to be a little bit more clear because there'd be like millions being sold. And like those people obviously put every single thing in their mouth to see if they can choke on it. Yeah, I'm just like panicky. Like once you start making money, there's like legal stuff involved. Thanks, Joe. Now my sleep schedule is halfway fixed from millions of questions. Well, I'm not like answering every question, but that's just because they don't have answers, or I don't think it matters, or I don't want to say it yet. But people ask me about their dad, and I'm wondering if maybe he'll make an appearance in the next one. Simpsons made me question reality once. Well, the Simpsons invokes that thing that the simulation of the simulacrum or whatever. It's like the Simpsons makes a joke about something and it like turns out to be true. Then you like can't even tell difference between the Simpsons in real life. I don't know if you understand what a gift Papa's Gatito and Dog of Wisdom is, but seriously, thank you. Welcome. need them to be dipped in Mabel. Sure, that can happen in your fanfic. How do you manage compliments? Fancy talking briefly on how it feels to you. It's nice. I was that guy who told you I want to help some videos. Yeah, no, I know. How you doing? Bro, they tell the future multiple times. The Simpsons can go to reality. That's my theory. Um, I think, it's nice getting a compliment. So you don't, like, disagree with what they're saying, but, you just say thank you. Just thank them. You don't get a big head about it because, you made your work, you know what's good about it, or at least what you think is good about it. Um, you can be humble and still know that you're good. I think that humble people who know that they're good are the ones that want to improve and evolve. Like you're always good enough. If you made a drawing of something and people can tell what it is, then you've always been good enough. But you still want to get better and try new things, and that's what makes you great. Is that the one you yeeted off the balcony? I didn't really throw it. It was just an edit. I threw it at a wall and edited out the wall and then put it over footage of me looking down at the from the balcony. It says the same thing on Fangamer. Not 15 and up, but 12 and up. It says this collector's plush is recommended for ages 12 and up. Good to know. I mean, I don't go to sleep with this, but I do hug it. So I think hugs are okay. I think it's okay to hug this, but really cute. It's so cute. I'm buying it. If I buy it, I'm hugging the hell out of it. Joe, thanks for getting that ceasefire locked in. Told you I'd make it happen, man. You doubted me. I did on my last day, too. I took my time with it, man. I was biding my time. Gotta get back to work. Have an amazing day. Thank you. Go wait in the car. I'm going. Let me go. I'm going. I'll go. I'll go already. Right. Hey, I'm Joe Biden. Let's go riding. I will be buying this dog come June. Well, it has to be bought already. The campaign only lasts until like February 14th. It's been like a week. It's been less than a week. On Tuesday it'll be a week. So it's for 22 days. So you only have like a couple weeks left to buy it. Anyway, not getting anything done. I'm so over this. What happens when I'm like 90% done with a cartoon? I'm like, man, I just feel like it's already in the past. I'm not even done with it. I have to select frames. That looks better than me. Still not on model, but, you know, doing my damn best here. Freaking Simpsons. Where does head go? You know, somebody was asking like, how do you take compliments? Well, what about how do you take criticism? I feel like plenty of people criticize too. I take it all. Compliments, the criticisms, I take it all. That's how I take it. Give me every last crumb. It's all valuable feedback, no matter if it's good or bad. Excuse me.
I know! I know! I know! I know! I know! I was just telling. That's fine.
I have to re-record that line.
That's fine.
It's fine.
That's fine. No. That's fine. They don't have ham in them. I know. I was just. So, I admire your integrity. So,
Polypropylene is used in sutures, so I don't think it's toxic. What's sutures? Oh, like the stitching or the. Well, yeah. Looks so sad. It looks sort of realistic. Polypropylene is flammable. Probably the biggest issue. So is cotton, yeah. Looks like he's telling Marge Bart died. Flammability regulations for kid stuff is wild. It's all a holdover from when people used to chain smoke cigarettes inside. Sutures or stitches for wounds. I thought chain smoking was just some dumbass band name. Secretly rotoscoping Skinner. Yeah, I'm rotoscoping the real Skinner. That nasolabial fold. Yeah, I'm secretly getting Don Bluth to animate this for me. Oh yeah, I played a little Dragon's Lair when I was at Magfest. That was cool. I fucking sucked at it and would have definitely wasted rolls of quarters on that shit. Luckily, I didn't even waste two minutes on it. I decided it was too hard, that I would eat my quarters if I was using them, and moved on. It's like if you're doing free play at an arcade, your time is quarters. The amount of time you actually get with each game is the real currency. to Audrey and Victor didn't know what situation to draw them in, so one thing led to another. Victor got stabbed in the shoulder. They're both acting like it's a normal Tuesday. That doesn't sound out of character. And that's what it's like having a twin. You're your own worst enemy. I do that in another parody. I did like Squidward. It wasn't rotoscoped, but it kind of looks realistic for a second. This just doesn't look right though. It's not on model. I mean, it shouldn't be perfect, but it's like maybe goes off too much in that direction. Be a little closer. Correct. Your integrity. Toddler says hi, Joe. Hello. Asked her if she remembers the guy who went hababba. She said yes, and toddlers never lie. That's a joke. Toddlers lie all the time. Yeah, I mean, like, if I had a tutorial pop up being like, remember, I'd be like, yeah. Like a guy you see every single year and can't remember him. But then he's like, I think I met you last year. I was like, yeah, Santa, right? He's like, oh, you remembered. And then he gesture upwards at the mistletoe and laugh even harder. Oh, 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 oh. Don't remember this night, Jonathan. Knows my name. Oh, I know more than that. Oh, you've been sleeping. I know when you're awake. I know when you have brushed your teeth. And I know when you ate. Most frequent toddler lie. Did you poop? No. One order of steamed Albany hams. It's an Albany expression. It's a regional dialect. Unless it's bedtime, then the lie becomes, I need potty to go poo-poo. So is it like she wants to read on the toilet more? How do you feel about very young children watching your channel? In terms of channels, you're probably more safe compared to edgy and cool channels like Dorkly. I mean, my channel's not safe. It's not safe for young children. I feel like my SpongeBob parody is potentially misleading content. It looks kind of like a SpongeBob episode, which, you know, if you're like from the YouTube poop era of YouTube, then you'd recognize a SpongeBob clip as a fan-made thing or a YouTube poop, not a real episode. But I don't know if that's the case for toddlers. They might just be like, SpongeBob. Stalling. Also, a toddler isn't actually paying attention. Yeah, I mean, I make the Dog of Wisdom videos and the Papas Gatitos safe for children, but, you know, Israel parody isn't. It's not safe for anyone. Rick and Morty parody is not safe for anyone. It's just like South Park. I mean, I feel like 12 and up is the recommended age for my channel. It's like Audrey and Victor. It's, you know, let's be honest. 7-year-olds are watching South Park, so they can handle a little swearing. Well, you know, when it's literally Hitler, you try to, you know, you try to freak him out by cursing at him, and then he just like punishes you for that. Wasn't going to kill you, but now seems like a good idea. Oh, Seymour. Pathetic man.
I admire your integrity.
Joe is something on I can watch that she rapidly loses interest in. Your likes watching the drawing. As long as Skinner doesn't commit an act of violence or whip out his junk, I'm okay with her staring at the drawing. Alright. You know, I wouldn't animate that, but Skinner invokes that mental image. These pants come off at night just like everyone. Oh. Some people cannot be helped. Some people cannot be helped. On the scale of stuff marketed at children, these are things actually marketed at kids that concern me more. Mostly all the princess romance BS. I guess so. Like, you know, apparently there's like shitty like energy drinks or sports drinks or whatever marketed to children on YouTube channels. I don't sell anything that you would consume. I don't know if I would do that. You know, like Dog of Wisdom ice cream. I don't think I have to do that. I was kind of opposed to all merchandising because I remember seeing Donald Duck, like a Donald Duck ice cream wrapper in the gutter, and thinking that sucks. That sucks because I like Donald Duck. I hate Disney and how they've fucked that duck, and now he's lying in the gutter as a piece of garbage. Like if I put my character on something, I'd like it to be something you treasure, not something that just gets disposed of. I guess I kind of saw stuffed toys as like so different. But nah, it's better. I really like this toy. I mean, it's not a toy. It's a collectible. I really like it though. It's something you can hold in your hands. Give a little hug. I love how you convey Audrey and Victor so well, especially Victor, since his insecurities are basically the same as an average 12-year-old. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't... It was a long time ago, but it wasn't so long ago that I forget. Yeah. Well, trying to be honest about what it's like. What it's like having a twin, what it's like being a kid who's like about to become a teen. Adolescent. Still a kid, so you have no rights, but you wanna grow up really fast.
That's fine. That's fine. They don't have ham in them. I know.
It's tough being a twin too. It's tough having somebody who shares a birthday.
Telling you so you wouldn't be disappointed.
Feels like it's kind of just their birthday when your birthday rolls around. I'll have 4 steamed hams. Summary of earlier on the stream. VeggieTales for atheists. Yeah.
They aren't steamed. That's fine. They don't. Test it out. I'll have 4 steamed hams. What? That's what I call hamburgers. It's a regional They aren't steamed. That's fine. They don't have ham in them. I know. I was just telling you so you wouldn't be disappointed. So,
Well, yeah, like I feel like Dog of Wisdom doesn't try to teach morals. It tries to teach wisdoms, which is not inherently religious. Although I guess it's also not inherently atheist, right? Don't know if it's atheist. Just one more to go until 800 sold.
For integrity.
He looks so remorseful. Well, I think he feels bad about what he hasn't even done yet. He's planning on serving steamed hams to the Super Nintendo.
Your integrity.
He's just thinking about the dark deed that he must do for the plot.
I admire your integrity.
Thank you, demonic Paco. Welcome. Yay, 800. Yeah, I think Audrey and Victor are like 12 years old, and the age rating is about 12 years old. There's, you know, mild language. That's you know, that's every internet cartoon. Like, they said fuck, fuck, fuckity fuck. 12-year-olds watching this are gonna be like, that's right.
Admire your integrity. Wait. It has to. This is where we are. This is what we're doing.
Can I help you?
Say it. I call hamburgers. It's a regional
They
diet.
are Steve.
Gen Alpha is watching Digital Circus and Has Been Hotel. Yeah, obviously, it's like they censor the swears, but it's still, you know, doesn't really matter. They don't get paid enough, and I can't even buy the plushie. He was so pleased with his delightfully devilish plan before. Yeah. Well, you know, he realizes that this fast food worker that he looks down on so much has a higher level of integrity than him. He's actually telling you what's in it or what's not in it. Yeah, I'm feeling a little like Krusty the Clown, like selling a toy that's not a toy.
Oh, this stuff is fine.
Yeah, I mean it's I think it is what I thought. It's a plushie that should not get dirty. Should not be played with outside or near food. I guess I'm more like the squeaky voice teen. I'm selling plush toys for minimum wage. Well, no, it's, you know, it's a good business. It's just that I can't really make money on YouTube right now, or at least I can't make enough to get by. I'm sure my channel still makes a lot more than most YouTube channels. There's like a million fucking YouTubers. Like, there might actually be a million. You know, everybody on Makeshift making a stuffed toy is like making a plushie is you know, a YouTuber or something like that. Me and my siblings are big fans and wanted to say hi. Hello. I'm just working on my little animation test. So nobody is allowed to tell me that this meme is dead for a decade because I'm just doing it for an animation test. Nah, just kidding. You're allowed to say whatever you want.
It has to. This is where we're
But I guess I started this
Help you?
months ago, like a month ago or two, and I haven't finished it, so it's got the same problem that a lot of my videos have, where I just like I'm done with them, I'm mentally done with them, and physically not done with them. I still need to add some more backgrounds. Let me actually work on one of these. Okay, that's not a background. Oh, it should be further back. Yeah, like this, I think works. Hmm. Okay, that's still that. Oh no. Why is it? Why is he invisible here? Okay, well that. Hmm. Oh, I see. Because it has keys on it. Damn it. Alright. Yeah, Pepper's a girl dog. Girl dog. Although, it doesn't really matter, because it's a dog. You can call it whatever you want. People say it's a boy, and I don't bother to correct them. Dog doesn't care. The dog probably doesn't even have much of a concept of that. Which is, why you may have seen it as a boy, because it just truly doesn't occur to the dog or matter. Oh, brother. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I need to iron out here. Now, why is that there? No. Oh, I see. It's here.
What? But some I admire your
Makeshift used the same morning for vinyl toys. Ooh, you hear that? Well, do vinyl toys say not a toy on it? You were a kid when you made the original? I was like 25. It was 10 years ago. I was like 27. Vinyl figure, yeah. Well, I guess that's maybe a little obviously not a toy you play with. $25-year-olds are kids when you're 36. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't know what you're talking about if you're 25. Did you make Dog of Wisdom dog toy? Or wisdom dog toy? When you press, it says something wise. Eh. I'm not really that into the voice box kind of toy. This one, my liver and brain tolerated booze, lack of sleep when I was in my 20s. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get to sleep more easily now. When my friend turned 21 was talking about how they can drink now, I was like, yeah, but you're still a baby. Oh, yeah. There's like 25-year-olds talking to me about like, I don't know, like Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know Five Nights at Freddy's. I know Sega Game Gear. And like, I feel like I'm grouped with like the older kids, like people who are like 38 or 45. Like they had the stuff that was passed down to me when they were sick of it. Do you almost break character by laughing? I mean, yeah, it's happened, I guess. Sometimes I'll do a voice that other people think is funny and they laugh, so I laugh because their laugh is funny sounding. So you're a millennial. Yeah, I'm a millennial. 36-year-old millennial. As a teen, have decided to not turn 20. That's not a bad age to be though. 20 is, you know, could have some fun. He laughs, ha ha ha. I laugh. I mean, old people tell you not to get old, but nobody listens. I mean, I think we all want to be old until we are. I feel like Bart would probably be about Seymour's age right now. What if Bart was in this situation? I mean, if you want to underachieve, you can be like Principal Skinner. You could be a lousy school principal. 37 and I act like a child. Oh, not the only one. I don't want to be old. I wish I could get to the gym earlier. That is a good point. You can make yourself younger if you go to the gym. And maybe you can make your brain younger if you play Brain Age. That was at least what that game asserted. That if you train your brain, it is going to make you mentally younger. And that if your brain age is 30, then you're doing better than anyone else whose brain is old. 20 is before you get chronic pains. Yeah, a lot of people wish they were 20, although I guess, you know, people want to be 21. But then what? Then you're 21 and suddenly you're like, man, I want to be 24 so I can rent a car. And then it's another fucking thing. And then you're like, someday when I'm 35, or maybe it's 45, I'll be president. When I'm 35, I will change the law so that it is 35, not 45. I think it is 35. You ever see anyone 35 become president, though? I'm mentally younger because I still watch kid shows and eat junk food. Well, you know, you got kids of your own, so at least you have an excuse.
Meyer, you're
When I tell people my age, they think I'm younger and mistaken me for my 20s. One time some kids thought I was 18. And you're like 30 something? This is actually almost done. I just need to do a few more backgrounds and animate him walking away. I literally can't see Skinner without thinking steamed hams. Yeah, I mean it's like the way that like a viral thing can make you see it differently is it's like, hey, it's Skinner from Steamed Hams. It's like you know steamed hams now as like its own separate body of work away from The Simpsons. Because you know that steamed hams is like it's been turned into like 5 different collabs, if not more. There's a million steamed hams collabs, steamed hams edits, steamed hams but ifs, steamed hams, but I turned it into like the like sentence mix egg. Oh hey, it's Foxman from Smash. Oh hey, it's the Fox from Smash. Hey, what do you know? It's Fox. Oh swell. Yeah, like I mean, you know, when I played Smash Brothers, I had no idea who Ness was. So I guess until I did know who Ness was, it was just like that kid from Smash. It's just like a regular kid. And then you play his game and he's like, oh, okay. So I actually have a little more respect for this guy now because I've played as him. I feel that very strongly. Like, I kind of didn't like Toadette because I don't know, it's just like a passive character. Then you get to play as her, and it's like, well, now I have to keep her alive. And now when I play Smash, it's like, hey, it's Ness from Earthbound. Too bad they never added Luigi to Smash Brothers. Hey, what was that dude's name again? What was that dude's name again? Who made that video? Right, there was this gaming channel. And it's been a while. Was it Joey Pocket? Yeah, that's it. Oh man, they haven't uploaded in a long time. funny videos though. They did a video called "Put Luigi in Smash." It's just the joke that Luigi isn't in Smash for 3 minutes. Now you have to share a bowl with her. Yeah, she's actually cool.
Go to work. Too late. It has to. This is where we are.
Okay, so every time I see this, I think he's gonna blink really slowly. I have to add that in because that seems really good. Without it, it feels kind of lacking. Oh, crap. There we go. Okay, I have a confession. I never played a Nintendo game. Really? Well, where would you start then? I guess you would start with Nintendo. You can play tennis. Yeah, just play tennis. Although I guess it wouldn't have the impact tennis had back then, would it? Cuz it's like something about Nintendo games is that they never had the best graphics, but they had pretty good art, so it made up for it. So, you know, a game like tennis would have been exciting for people who'd only ever played Pong before. But if you'd been to the arcade, you'd probably have seen something a little bit better looking than tennis. But that's at the arcade. So I think what was good about Nintendo is that it was affordable, more than like looking really great. It was an affordable home console that looked pretty good because, you know, they did good drawings like of Mario and stuff. So, you know, it would be hard to even say like start with Super Mario Brothers because out of context, maybe that wouldn't be such a great game if you've played something more modern. I guess I'd have to think of like the most timeless one I can think of. Maybe Mario 2. Mario World is good. Yeah, that's probably the best one. If you've never played a Nintendo game, I guess Super Mario World is the one to play. Or I guess Dr. Mario maybe. It depends on what kind of games you like, I guess. Like how approachable do you find, like what is your idea of an approachable game? Is a fighting game too hard? Is a racing game too... I feel like a racing game, like Mario Kart, is the most approachable. It's like the most popular one, right? Like people who don't even like games will play that. There's something about tennis when home consoles were new. They're making Pong, which is table tennis. I guess it's two players.
Where we are.
It's two players only though. I don't think they had an AI opponent. I guess yeah, like anything that like takes a game from real life and makes it into a video game. So it's like a game people already know, or it's pretty easy to understand, like a race. I feel like a fighting game like Street Fighter might be a little more difficult. Although my parents played that one. They didn't even play games really, but they played Pong and Street Fighter. I think if you equally don't know how to do like special moves, then the game could be really fun. If you're just like doing the specials by accident or something. Alright, let's try the timing on that.
Too late. It has to. This is where we are. This is what we're doing.
It's pretty good. Playing games are trash, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, when it was me versus my older brother, I would lose like 100 times in a row. It sucked.
No. Say it. Test it out. I'll have 4 steamed halves.
You know, like, I don't know if I would say, like, Super Smash Brothers is the first Nintendo game you should play. It kind of feels like it's the last Nintendo game you should play, because otherwise you're going to be like, who's that? Who's that? I know Mario, I know Link, but who's Donkey Kong?
Steamed halves.
They're like, you know, Donkey Kong is the first Nintendo game that you should play, the first Mario game they made. And then Super Smash Brothers, which is not a Super Mario Brothers game, but kind of like uses the Super and the Brothers from it, is like the last thing you play, where Mario, you know, Mario's never punched people in any of his games, just in Smash Brothers.
So, I admire your integrity.
First Nintendo game you play as a kid is probably Mario Kart. Although my nephew loves Mario Paint. It's not really a game, but it's Mario. Mario World, though, is probably like all around best because I liked it as a kid and I wasn't very good at it. And,
What?
yeah, you could just like fuck around and like eat berries.
Regional
They are
dialect.
steam.
Too late. Hell, that's what I call hamburger.
Who the hell is Roy? Yeah, you have to fight so hard for him, and then it's just like, who the hell is he?
Listen. Say it. Test it out. I'll have 4 steamed halves. What? That's what I call hamburger.
Just telling you so you wouldn't be disappointed.
So, I admire your integrity.
You know, lots of Nintendo characters, I just don't play them. Lemmings and Zumbinis. Yeah, I liked Lemmings. Been gaming since I was like 3. I feel like iPad baby version of retro modern gaming. Yeah, that's retro gaming now. The iPad babies we made fun of are now like sentient, talking to us, and we're like, but that's cool. That's retro now. You know, us making fun of zombified iPad babies is retro now. Not that I was doing that. But like, yeah, like what was the iPad? 2012 or something?
This is what we're doing.
They're all grown up now. I was an iPad baby. Caillou on the iPad at age 3. Holy shit. My first Mario was Mario 2, and it was all a dream. That is the best one, isn't it? Well, it's the best because it's like it doesn't have a timer. You can just like it's got the best music and it doesn't have a timer, so you can listen to that forever. Even when you pause the game, it doesn't stop the music.
Telling you so you wouldn't be disappointed.
I read that millennials are considered internet natives.
Good evening. This is the voice of Enigma. In the
Or
next
tech natives.
we will take you with us into another world.
Yeah, I guess so.
Into the world
Hire your integrity.
spirit.
It's like I was talking before about how my first PC was a DOS computer. So I've been using my own PC since like 1996 something. Since 1995 maybe. What year is it now? That's 30 years. Joe was an iPad baby. Oh, Joe, I was an iPad baby version of a 90s gamer. I was the 90s baby. I was born in 93 and I've been gaming since 96. Oh, I see. Okay, so you weren't an iPad user. You're just like that. Like the kid in the stroller with the iPad. I mean, when I was a stroller, I was pulling my sister's hair. So maybe an iPad would have been good. Should have had me strapped to a Virtual Boy. Except I would have been a little too old for the stroller by then. Still talk with Chris Fern. I miss him. Yeah, I still talk with Chris Fern. He's here sometimes. He's like one of the moderators. Are you gonna make a Dog of Wisdom plush? Well, let's do one at a time. I think that's, you know, in the cards. Sold 808. Nintendo were ahead of their time, but poorly done. Yeah, I guess you could describe everything Nintendo makes like that. Well, no, I don't think it was poorly done. I think I think like Super Mario World and the Super Nintendo were a big success. I feel like it's tough for me to say that any company really deserves to make their own console, but like they made it work. They made a game that you had to get their thing to play. They got us. They made a lot of games like that. I have both Audrey and Victor and Let Her Know or something on my 1,000+ comfort song playlist. There were the few that make me smile. Do 998 really not make you smile? I mean, thank you. The Nintendo games are too ambitious for its time. I mean, there's games like Metroid. Good example, I think, because Super Metroid is amazing, and Metroid 1 is like having your balls twisted. It's a great game, but it's not a good game. It really had a lot to be improved upon, and a lot of that had to do with the hardware improving. And Super Metroid is super. It was hard to improve upon that because, you know, the next Metroid game was, I don't know, not bad, but it's like Samus gets cancer and her boyfriend takes care of her and keeps her from entering certain rooms of the house for certain periods of time. Samus, what's going on? Are you in an abusive relationship with your caretaker? But yeah, like that game was a little weird. Samus gets cancer and turns blue. Super Metroid though is absolutely perfect. There is no improving on it. I think the fact that Metroid Fusion and Metroid Dread came out so far away from each other, that for one thing is like you can tell they're not bad games. I'm just saying that Super Metroid was where it peaked. It was perfect. Sounds like a fetish, not gonna lie. Yeah, I feel like games eventually started having more fetishes in them, right? It's like in Mario World, you could blow up like a balloon. Like, starting to notice that more because of how much internet I've seen. Like the Willy Wonka thing with the girl who turns into a blueberry is someone's fetish times a million online. There's like plenty of fetishes of people becoming giant or inflating to being really big. Will die with Metroid Fusion being my all-time favorite. That's cool. I don't think it's a bad game. I guess Super Metroid was more of a direct hit, you know. Like I feel like maybe my older brother would rather play the first Metroid because it was more of a direct hit for him because he was like a few years older than I am. Look at SpongeBob season 7, 8, 10, 11, and 13. What's with the gaps? Season 9 and 12 had no fetishes in them. Mpreg and Vor and feet. Yup.
Das Feet.
Will there be a Papa Skatito plush? There might be, yeah. Nintendo always felt like they were trying to one-up Nobody when they had already beat the competition. Oh, they didn't beat the competition though. They got whooped by Sony. You ever read Justin Kodak? Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, I had Spyro. It's okay. Tanuki and Catsuit were telling. The princess's crown spoke for itself. Then we got the elephant fruit. Oh boy. Yeah, well, I was thinking about how like the Sonic games got a lot sexier when they introduced Rouge. And like Mario had like Rosalina. Putting all these hot characters in. Classic top 10 Sonic babes. Yeah, they just dropped a bomb on us with that. And then the series just died. Even Rayman Origins had death animation of them blowing up like bubbles. I mean, I guess I don't hate that there are people who like that. It's like, I don't know, it's like satisfying to blow up as a bubble and then pop or something. Nintendo was good on purpose. It's true. Good on purpose, as we've defined it on the show, Thingus, is when you have a medium that's already saturated with an endless stream of fucking crap, right? A garbage stream, a river of diarrhea. Like, let's think about it. Like, television. The year is 1940. No, the year is 1955 or something. Everyone's got a TV, and nothing is recorded on film. It's just broadcast from the cameras. And the reason was because they didn't think it was worth wasting film on television broadcasts. But actually, Lucille Ball wanted to make something that didn't suck. So I Love Lucy was the first. Wasn't it you, Gabby, who told me this? I Love Lucy was the first show to be filmed instead of just like beamed and forgotten. Because it was good on purpose. It wasn't just some crap. It wasn't just a diarrhea river. like the internet's turned into. I mean, I guess it's probably always been a diarrhea river, but I don't know. The river has gotten wider. I think the land masses are now far away from each other because of it. Or like the diarrhea river has seeped into every facet of the internet. Well, just that there's so many posts, so many videos. Most of it is not even worth watching. Definitely tell you my neurons activated as a kid when they put Rouge in Sonic X. Right, there was also the show. I didn't see that, but my God, I had that game, and it was like my sister was like watching me staring at Rouge the Bat. It was like, stop staring at her. Like, you're obsessed with her boobs. My God. it's like we didn't have a chance. There's other characters like that where it's always like furry characters, like Sonic characters, like Sally. It's like we didn't have a chance. They made them so hot. The bat was busty as hell. Yeah, I mean, you know, like I'm like the AVGN. What were they thinking? I mean, I think they were thinking that their audience is getting older, and they were right. There were good things. The sad thing is, there were good things on purpose that didn't get recorded for posterity. I think the Honeymooners is one. So we don't have the Honeymooners to rewatch. Some people just like remember the Honeymooners. Were people taping the Honeymooners at home? All we have of the Honeymooners is references from other shows. Are you really? Holy shit. That just can't be. I mean, I've never seen it. Thank you, Abdelaziz. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
That's what I call hamburgers. It's a regional
They
dialect.
aren't steamed.
Yeah, I feel like I could just put a background behind Squeaky, and that way I don't need to key this thing in and out constantly. Right, because he's above this layer. Did I already do that for this? A different grease pencil. What do you think of Disney right now? Well, but I really think is that they're not doing so good. And I think that because I can see the lack of interest in Disney from the kids in my family. I think they're still old enough to be into Disney, and Disney's just simply not doing their jobs. It's like, yeah, you know, I do think that you can sustain an interest in Disney throughout your life. But it's like they've been kind of like, lately they have not been experimenting. They've not been taking risks. Disney adults confound me. Oh, they don't confound me. I get it entirely. They're a demographic of people who I guess they're kind of holding the company back in a way, because they're just circling the same old ideas, the same old nostalgic childhood experiences. Mulan again. Beauty and the Beast again. The Lion King again and again and again. It's like Disney adults are they're not allowing kids to be the focus, really. There's a disinterest in Disney stuff from the kids in my family. Like, it's definitely related, the whole Disney adult thing. They're marketing to adults, and they have been for as long as these kids have been alive. What was Star Wars The Fork Awakens? It was like 10 years ago. Like 2015, 2016. They're making their movies cheaper looking. There's no magic in what I've seen. Like in Kanto, it's like that looked like a lot of reused assets. And then by the time they got to Wish, it just looked like one character on a green screen. I understand this is making me very neckbeard, but I must say it as it is pertinent to our conversation. It's like, well, we can look back in history and see this exact same thing happen. Like, Disney kind of lost their way. You know, by the 80s, they were not making money anymore. And then that all changed, but like for a while Disney was like farting around, making stuff on a low budget. Well, you know, like Pixar changed all of that because Pixar invented the cap system. They made a way for Disney to make movies for less money. And then they made their own movies, which changed things a different way. I was thinking how it's a little fucked up that the original Lion King has a black kid singing Simba, but top bills JTT and Matthew Broderick. Yeah, why didn't he sing? Why didn't I mean, I don't think it matters. I think I think that kid got some credit, right? He still went to school and was like, yeah, I'm Simba. And then was like, prove it. I mean, you know, now Disney is like super hyper extra sensitive about that shit. They make they make a movie about Africa, so they get African American actors for all of them. But I don't actually think it matters. You know, all of the voice actors for Aladdin were white. They were American. They were not Arabic. They did not have an authentic accent. Doesn't matter. They're just playing characters. I feel like you know, I've said this before about Speedy Gonzalez, that like you might just like, as a Mexican, you might hear him and just think he sounds like a normal guy. Like, nobody ever fucking questioned the skin color of the guy who voiced Cleveland. He volunteered that information. But it's like, I hereby resign as the voice of Cleveland because I'm white. And it's like, wait, he's white? Because everyone had no idea. Nobody knew Cleveland was white. Nobody was like thinking about like, man, I'm gonna be so fucking mad if Cleveland's voice actor is people are saying what now? Yes, it's true. He's a white guy. My friend thought the city Cleveland was named after the Family Guy character. Oh man, they had a black dude voice white people. Yeah, I've seen that too. Like what you know, they have Samurai Jack. He's Japanese, voiced by what's his name? Well, he's black, and nobody gives a shit. Nobody really cares. I mean, the villain Aku was voiced by Mako, who is really Japanese, and he was great. You know, being Japanese isn't what makes him great, but you might get a little something added by him being Japanese. I don't think it should be done out of concern for that. I think it should be just if you do a good job, if you could do a voice. I feel like depending on who they pick, the voice could sound completely different. You know, this guy had the voice. They could have gotten Brian Doyle Murray or something. He's got the voice too. SpongeBob died the moment the latest movie came out. Oh, brother, how many movies are they up to now? Because there was one movie once. Oh. I see. It's a Sandy Cheeks movie. The SpongeBob movie, Sponge on the Run. Yeah, that's... What? Dude, it was a box office failure. Oh, it came out in 2020. But like, they don't, you know, they don't number them. They just make a new SpongeBob movie every generation. I loved the SpongeBob movie, like the original one. That was in like the Nickelodeon movies heyday. What are the most quotable Joe moments? People quote stuff at me a lot that they like. They they quote like, "I have an even better Iron Man than you." People say like, what else? They quote the dog. Yeah, people quote the replacement bully. I've created a conveyor belt and replaced the sidewalk. Disney did Jetix dirty. I don't know what that is really. My boyfriend and I speak in the dog of wisdom language when we cuddle. Ah. Same beer, same show. Yeah, that's a big one. Bully becoming the boy's dad was the biggest twist. Well, that was all Danielle who came up with that. Came up with the great, like I came up with the voice and was making her laugh for like 2 hours just doing that voice. And then she, later decided to make it into a cartoon. Hey, shrimp. And like, she came up with a bunch of gags that I didn't have anything to do with that I think are genius. Like, the part where he's like, "Look again." She like had to tell me exactly how to say that. I was like, "Look again," and she was like, "Can you say it like look again?" and then my favorite part is probably the like scooping out the pizza with a big ladle. And then the Voldemort joke at the end was, yeah, had nothing to do with that. It's great. Hey, Pipsqueak. Notice anything different about lunch? You see, I've replaced it with grunge. Never knew the dog of wisdom's name is Penny. Yeah, Penny or Pepper. Pepper. Peppino Spaghetti should be added to the A and V universe because you were playing Pizza Tower while doing lives for Springtime for Victor. Well, yeah, I do think of Pizza Tower being significant to me because 2 years ago I was like, I can't believe they made a game just for me. Or like, I was playing it and thinking like, this is perfect. It was a perfect Joe game. Like the perfect Joe game. Let's attempt to draw the like shit behind him. Yeah, remember, you just go to the Simpsons fandom and they got the goods. They got every single picture. Well, maybe not every picture. They got the most comprehensive collection of them. Krusty Burger Gallery. Here we go. Here's the image. I guess his uniform is a little bit different from what's going on in my cartoon. It's fine. The squeaky voice teen's design varies from episode to episode. It doesn't look consistent. The voice is the only thing that's consistent. Orange. Like that. That's too high. That's better. Then what is this thing? It's just like sort of structure. My favorite part of the stream. Actually getting things done. I feel like my favorite part of the stream is when I have one drop of coffee left. Do it. Give me one. Yes. It's technically coffee. Technically not done with my coffee. Ah, it's so not even a drop that gravity says it doesn't count. There we go. One dregs filled drop of coffee. It gives me the energy for the last 20 minutes or so of my stream. Wish I could stream forever. Maybe I should. I don't know. I've seen people like sleeping in a stream, and I feel like I don't want to do that. Like, you're not gonna miss anything. You turn off me sleeping. That's silly. Might as well just turn the stream off. You're like, oh, hello. Warning. I see you're still here. Coffee? I don't know. I've seen people do that, but I guess I like to stream for a long time, but gotta know at least when to stop. Oh, I see. Congrats on 800. Thank you. It's up to 811. Are these voices yours or from the episode? This is May doing the voices. I was trying to mess with AI voices, but there's got to be a word for it when trying to use AI becomes more work than not using it. And we should name it. We should name the principal after someone who really hates doing work. How about the slacker's compromise? He'll do extra work to avoid not slacking up. Well, he needs to be able to slack off. So he'll do extra work now so he can slack off later instead of wasting time trying to improve his slacking. I don't know. There's something very slacker about AI. Underachiever and proud of it. I came here to find out the person who was blessed enough to get hit by Pepper got to keep her. No, nobody. I didn't actually throw her at those people. That would have gotten me banned from Gaylord. I mean, I might get banned because it seems so convincing that people are gonna send that to the hotel people, and they'll be like, "You're banned." I'll be like, "It'll be fake." I'll be like, "It was fake," and they'll be like, "Well, you just watch yourself then." No, I would never get it back if I threw it down there. Also, I would hit somebody in the head, and I'd feel bad. They'd they'd be like, they'd have a big pepper sticking out of their head. Like, no amount of "I'm nice now" is gonna fix this. But I'm nice now. Said I'm nice. Hmm. Should I darken this a little bit? Ooh. Oh. Get even brighter. That doesn't look like The Simpsons anymore. I walked past you at Magfest and didn't realize it until later that day. Yep. I was lucky that in the dealer's room I heard Mare and Joe talking behind me and turned around happy to see Grands. Yep. That was cool. Yeah, we saw you last year, but we were stationed at a booth, so we were easy to find. This time you had to track us down. You had to hear us doing a show, just walking around doing a show. It was a grand old time. Yeah. Well, it always is with us. We're cool. It's no big deal, but we're cool. You thought you might see us, and you decided to bring tropical punch spindrifts just in case. Yeah, we had those spindrifts as we were leaving. Tempted to try and figure out how to program a custom squeeze speaker to insert into my pepper. Well, I think it's more fun if you make a talk with your own voice, or even just like think it in your head. Man, HG Simpsons just looks so wrong. It shouldn't be crispy, it should be crusty. Like the way the Simpsons looked kind of looks like a something drawn on a little tablet like this. It's like they kind of just thumbnailed the entire show. I wonder how big these cells are. I feel like they're not that big. Beavis and Butthead on cells are only like this tall. Yeah, crusty like the burger. It That's a tough one. So like if you were making a fast food establishment and you could name it Krusty Burger, is that a good adjective to describe your food? Do people want to eat something crusty? It seems like it could go either way to me. Like, maybe crusty is appealing sounding, but do you actually want crust on, like, your burger? That I don't know. A burger bun does not have a crust exactly. I mean, it has a skin. That's the crust, I guess. I guess I didn't do a perfect job of copying the art style of this particular episode. I guess I'll find out later if I care. It looks like the lines are actually pretty dark. Although this could just be like the AI upscaled version. I think I copied the VHS or whatever of the original to get this art style, so it's not wrong. Not wrong. I'm already arguing with people. Crusty bread is something that stands on its own, not so much burger bun bread. Well, people hate the crust of bread, but does anyone want to eat bread without crust? Yeah, that's why they cut them off. Well, I don't. I prefer a little bit of crust. Children, yeah. What are you gonna do? I mean, if I had kids, I'd probably make them eat the crust, right? Be like, eat your crust. Crust is my favorite part. I would say that the crust is my second favorite part. I mean, to me, cutting crust off of a sandwich is unthinkable. Unless the crust was also eaten separately. That I can manage. Cutting the crusts off and throwing them in the garbage. That doesn't sound right to me. That even if crust is like less nutritious or something, because it's like part of it is like is like oxidized. Crust is your second favorite part of the two-part bread. That's a good wisdom. That is like something a dog would say. I want the crust. Although the dog might not even differentiate liking the crust versus liking the middle. The Maynard process. Is that what it's called, like making bread? No. Maynard operating sequence technique. Predetermined motion time sequence that's used primarily in industrial settings. Set the standard time in which a worker should perform a task. What? Okay, wow. To calculate this, a task is broken down into individual motion elements, and each is assigned a numerical time value in units known as measurement units, or TMUs, where 100,000 TMUs is equivalent to 1 hour. All the motion element times are then added together, and any allowances are added. The result is the standard time. It's more common in Asia, where the original and more sophisticated methods time measurement technique, known as MTM, is global standard. What are we talking about here? That's not what I'm talking about? Oh, I see. The name for when you toast things. This doesn't sound like we're talking about bread anymore. Also, this is a Wikipedia page I'm reading from, but it feels like I'm reading something from Wikia. Like, this sounds like it's from Star Wars, or like some Star Wars for smarter people. Stars, War, and Track. Has anyone made that joke? Stars, War, and Track. I have a line in a future episode of Papa Scatito that references Zones, Fun, and Discovery, two defunct arcade play areas. Pepper loves going to defunct places. The process I'm thinking of is when you brown things and the flavors that result. Okay, that is what I thought you meant at first. The Maillard reaction. Okay. When amino acids and reducing sugars, a chain reaction between amino acids and reducing sugars to create melanoidins, the compounds which give browned food its distinct flavor. Seared steak, fried dumplings, cookies, and other types of biscuits, breads, toasted marshmallows, and many other foods undergo this reaction. Named after French chemist Louis Camille Maillard, who first described it in 1912 while attempting to reproduce biological protein synthesis. So we've been baking bread since before 1912, but we've just recently discovered this. The reaction is a form of non-enzymatic browning, which typically proceeds rapidly from around 140 to 165 Celsius. Many recipes call for an oven temperature high enough to ensure that a Maillard reaction occurs. At higher temperature, caramelization and subsequently pyrolysis become more pronounced. The reactive carbonyl group of the sugar reacts with the nucleophilic amino group of the amino acid and forms a complex mixture of poorly characterized molecules responsible for a range of aromas and flavors. Huh. Poorly characterized? What does that mean? I guess it means that, like, it's hard to describe. We have lots of different flavors and aromas that are produced when baking bread, which is interesting because bread is just, it's just, you know, just flour and water mostly. So like for it to smell and taste so good it is pure science. It is like the food equivalent to refracting a beam of light through a prism to create a rainbow. Does that sound? Would you agree with that one? We've known it was tasty, but we didn't know the chemistry behind it. Yeah, that's crazy that like a lot of it is like science that we could only really understand in the past few hundred years. But I guess just through trial and error, we were able to figure it out like way before that. Or maybe like it's like you were saying about the Honeymooners, is like we've lost the record. We know it's a great show, but we've deleted it. It could just be like that for like 50,000 years we knew about the Maillard reaction, but we called it something else until, you know, one day Stone Age Hitler came and killed all of us. I was wrong about the Honeymooners. I could tell because I was like, that can't be right, and I looked it up. But forget about you being wrong. The point is, it's possible that we've lost things to time, even good things that were good on purpose were preserved, but even the preservation attempts do not last forever, which is sad when it's, you know, I've been talking about, I've been banging this drum about this arcade game called Kangaroo. I keep talking about it because I'm you know, I remember seeing it when I was very young, and I don't remember where, and that's bothering me that I can't remember where it was. But anyway, what's bothering me more is that nobody remembers this game. Nobody seems to have it, and it definitely existed. I haven't seen it at any arcade since the time I saw it. I don't remember how long ago it was. I karaoke the entirety of It's My Party and I'll bark if I want. Bark if I want to at my fiance's birthday, and she was the only one who was impressed. Oh my god. I'm so happy for you. That's great. Got one thing really small. Want one ring to ruin them all. Don't ask a lot. I don't ask for much. I don't ask for much. I don't ask a lot. Just want a best friend for my yacht. I appreciate you forgetting about me being wrong. Look, Meredith is wrong sometimes too, and I can't always tell her in the moment. Or ever. Some things you just never tell. Like, I think sometimes she has a point to make, so if she's wrong about one detail, it doesn't matter. But, you know, we also talk about how inaccurate our statements are. I've said things before that are probably not correct. And you should definitely double check before repeating them. I've been calling her the pretty kitty who's really cute. Oh, that's cute. The only line from New Arrested Development that stuck with me was "forget but never forgive." What stuck with me from that show is like Michael Cera looking older and Portia de Rossi looking like she'd had some plastic surgery. Forget but never forgive. Well, yeah, I feel like Netflix is to blame for that show's shortcomings. You can't bring anything back. We should have learned it in that moment, but we didn't. I feel like we're missing out on ourselves by trying to bring back what we lost. Star Wars is like that. It's like a ball of ash that you keep trying to smoke the last atoms out of. I'm convinced they did something with Portia's makeup to make her look different as a joke and didn't quite land. I think she just looked different because she had some work done. I haven't seen her in anything in a long time. Maybe it was just makeup that made her look different, or that she was older. Maybe she didn't have a nose job. Maybe I just thought that. It kind of looks the same, actually. Maybe they gave her her old nose like in Spaceballs. Well, like some celebrities get like a really minor nose job, like Howard Stern. And it's like you 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 can't even tell. I can't imagine it got edited out because the editing on New Arrested Development was so bad. Right, it that show is like stressful to watch. The characters suffer, but it's not like really funny. It's like I feel like it was just like kind of grating. They actually did end the show in a really good way in that final like third season. So bringing it back was kind of actually, I don't know, like we already got our ending. We didn't need it to come back, did we? We were greedy. We asked too much of them. And look at Netflix now. Unwatchable. Well, I mean, there was a time when like we were kind of like acting like Netflix was the next HBO. You pay a subscription, they make great shit. But it's not even close. It's not even close because even if they have great shows, they have too many bad ones for it to be well curated even. Can't watch anything Netflix for very long. It's like got this quality to it. It doesn't have the like HBO-ness. Nothing does. Certainly not HBO. I mean, I haven't watched the recent shows, but I've seen the other shit that company puts out. There's a milkshake machine right here. funny that you can just like draw terribly and then fix it this way. And this is almost like the workflow I was doing in Flash, where I was just kind of like approximating a lot of the drawings and then like fixing them or running like a smooth like shortcut thing on them, like an automatic optimizing thing. You know, this is like having a magic wand, but in a lot of ways it's still like the traditional way of making it. I was thinking before, but when reading that shit that wasn't the thing we were looking for about bread, I was wondering just like if it would be possible to train a computer to do this, like not necessarily generate images with AI, but like work in a program like Blender and know how to like draw strokes and arrange them in a meaningful way by observing what I'm doing. Like that just seems like sci-fi still. I mean, you know, that probably won't happen. But if it did, I might use that. I'm imagining it working like shit though. Like, you know, it'd be like, here's your drawing, master, and it looks like I drew the squeaky voice teen just like you like it. Yeah, this is also one of those things I was saying where it's like doing it doing it this way is actually more work than just like drawing straight lines. It's like I'm doing like, what were those units called? I'm doing like 100,000 more of those than if I just like drawn the line straight. Not even done trying to figure out what the perspective is on this. Brother. When I hold that down, it rounds out the corners. I guess that doesn't matter. I can just make the corners. It says milkshakes. Should say malk shakes. I do kind of prefer using Flash, but growing fond of the results that you can get with Blender. So I think I'm gonna stick with it. Thanks for coming by. Have a good one. Is it better than making animations in Adobe Animate? It's different. So they both work. See, is that cromulent? Can I move that there? Hmm. Yeah, I feel like that's way too far over. I need the camera to be a little bit more like that. Even this, maybe a little further over like that.
The regional
They
dialect.
aren't steamed.
That's fine.
How's that like? Better? Yeah.
What?
Stupid dog. Oh, a dog. That's better. This is not quite right.
It's a regional
They aren't
dialect.
steamed.
That's fine.
Can I help you?
Say it. Test it out. I'll have 4 steamed hams.
What?
That's what I call hamburgers. It's a regional
They aren't
dialect.
steamed.
That's fine.
They don't have. They aren't steamed.
It's fine.
They don't have ham in them.
I know.
Can I help you? What?
That's a regional
They aren't
dialect.
steamed.
That's fine.
They
Regional
aren't.
dialect.
Yeah, this needs one more. Oh, before the song played and my cat woke up meowing. It was a cat dream.
They aren't.
Right, I think he did have that mouth position. Here it is.
What? What?
Regional
They aren't
dialect.
steamed.
That can go there too.
They aren't.
Regional
They aren't
dialect.
steamed. Aren't. Aren't steamed. Aren't steamed. They aren't steamed.
That's fine.
God. Anyway.
Steamed.
That's fine.
They don't have. Oh! I was just telling you.
I admire your integrity.
Right, there's another background. Although, I guess it can be this background reused.
Fine. Fine.
They don't have.
It's a regional
They
dialect.
aren't steamed.
That's fine.
They don't have ham in them.
I know!
I was just telling you.
I admire your integrity.
I feel like his mouth needs to be more like lower. Like in the show, his teeth are usually not visible.
For your integrity. For your integrity.
Nah, not like that. Well, I kind of gotta get going. But thank you for coming to watch me. Yeah, thanks for coming. Any last words? A good one. Thank you. You too. Let me see. 818 sold. All right. See y'all later.